York. I'm at Central Market. You can decapitate Jennifer Bonilla. You can decapitate Katie Leon. Did they infiltrate them in my life so that they would hand deliver me to their younger brother? I don't need that. I know what a phone is. I know how to say hello. I know how to take myself to the library. They steal my money and then they try to make themselves impredecible en este planeta como si fuera un dólar. Even dollars get broken in the minutes like we can't fix it. Ew, el tipo puerco asqueroso. What else? What else? What else? Dan un asco. Those teachers took me into a bar at Ybor City decades ago, and a guy walked up to me and said, "My friend wants to buy a drink." Oh, but not with this crowd. Esta gente da un asco. Boy, not in this way. Uy, no, un menorito asqueroso. Oh, that's not a man. Whatever. Ay, qué linda me veo. For real, dan un asco, son una basura asquerosa. You can decapitate Jennifer Bonilla, you can decapitate Katie Leon. I don't want to be reminded of those illegal prostitutes when I'm with him. They want to do like, let's guess who he had all this time while you were having babies with Edgar. Dollars is what I have. La menorita asquerosa. Tratando de entregar a una, eso no es hombre, that's not husband. He possibly doesn't even want her and goes through that whole thing like I hope she just sees through this and doesn't even say hi to me. For real, they're that girls. They're stupid. They're disgusting. Ew, son una basura. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. I wasn't with Edgar, where Edgar had me hostage so I couldn't be with them in 2004. Edgar said to me, "So you're gonna visit the library and see your buddies?" I'm like, I don't want to get raped. I don't want to have to work to take them out like illegal male prostitutes. They stole my money to date them. Full puerco asqueroso. Y quieren violarme, un asco. They threatened me decades ago because you're such a great influencer. I'm gonna treat you like crap so people know that I can treat you like crap. This is stupid. I don't ever want this in my life. It's disgusting. It doesn't understand that there's no family rivalry. They're just intergenerational wealth trying to steal it from me, and I don't even have access to it. My parents won't even give me money so that they don't become pickpocketers and I don't allow them in my life. Ew. They're stupid. They're so gross. They're so gross. They're an embarrassment. I'm bored. Oh, should I get more leggings? Yes. I only have $25. Maybe if my dad sends me money next week. What else? I'm bored. You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's AR Blue Sky. I need to visit the dentist. AR Blue Sky Designs Go. Lo que estoy pensando, straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art. Shop INTYIAFAY. I am Tire Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene-Lorenzo. I want pizza later. And soon I'll be getting big. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I want my something else to do. And I want to prepare myself. And I want electricity in my apartment to get checked. What else? I'm bored. Excuse me. I know I accidentally follow someone that didn't only follows. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. As Jaden and Miss Kimani, I want to visit Jaden Kilani in Tampa next week. I want to eat at Brio. I want to shop at International Plaza in Bay Street. I want to eat at Daily Eats, at Green Lemon. I want to shop at Hyde Park Village. I want to. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to read at the John F. Germany Library. I want pizza from Eddie's and Sam's. I want Butterbeer coffee. I want to take Jaden Kinlani to Magic Kingdom and eat at Milwaukee and miss on sandwiches. I may want to visit the Crajola experience again. I want to stay somewhere in Orlando with Jaden Kinlani. I want to take Jaden Kinlani shopping. It's back to school, so right? Tomorrow, like Monday, it's back to school. Oh, that's my attitude right now. Estos nenes son unos puercos, unos asquerosos. Ellos me roban el dinero, ellos violan gente con la excusa de eso de back to school en agosto. Si no me dejas violarte, no te doy dinero y no le puedes comprar Nike a tus nenes. And then they get in the way of people receiving money. They're stupid. Back to school is on Monday. The next week again, or the next day, Tuesday is back to school. What else? 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 I'm bored. You can decapitate me. I mean, so the sons and sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving. It's May 2nd, 2025. I'm bored. Anyways, I'm sharing my GoFundMe campaign with people through Instagram. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I shared my GoFundMe campaign with this person already. I'm bored. Something I don't find me complaining to people. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. So those leeches, they have me repeating that because they plan to kill me. And then they're gonna torture people with my videos of they're gonna be like, see that pretty girl? You didn't do anything to save her. These are my second cousins. They're stupid, they're crazy, out of touch with reality. I don't even know what drugs they're on. They're stupid. So they plan to terrorize people with like, oh, wouldn't you have liked to date her? Now she's dead. Esto es una basura, una asquerosidad. Un tipo tan puerco, basura, asquerosidad. Dan un asco, they're embarrassing too. I'm bored. I'm bored. I want coffee. I already started an email to this. Oh, it's right there. What else? What else? What else? I was at a hotel today and watched TV. Who's gifting me money? They think that I find out who's at fiesta when I'm not a fiesta or when I'm at fiesta. They're stupid. They steal my vehicles. They steal my homes. They steal my money, and they think that I'm like, you can't estar en fiesta. I don't ruin my fiesta ever. Oof, ahora en la semana entera, thanks that I'm live every day. For other people, because it's always been la semana entera for me. What else? 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 These people are stupid. These people are stupid. Down to the baby daddies. So girls. Ew, 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 ew. Doesn't want to hurt his mommy's feelings, so he hurts my bank account balance. So stupid. They're stupid. They think that I go on to find out if they attend fiesta with the money that they steal from me, with the vehicles that they steal from me, with the homes that they steal from me. They're stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid. So, girls, so stupid. Se quieren dar importancia que no tienen. They're an embarrassment. They're so gross. They're stupid. They're stupid. Ew, 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 ew. They're so gross. They're so gross. They're disgusting, so gross. They're so stupid. They think that I have files of them together. Ew, 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 ew. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. I'm bored. I want coffee. When do I get coffee? When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I'm excited about that. When do I have money? You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's AR Blue Sky Designs Code, lo que estoy pensando. Straight to my heart, Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop INTAY. I am Tire Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/Arlene-Lorenzo-Acevedo. I'm bored. I want to cook for myself in my apartment. I want to watch Netflix. I want to stitch. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I am. What else? I'm staying asking mommy. I'm staying asking mommy. What else? It's that time again. Él se cree que porque yo no tuve un set de grandparents while growing up, that if he steals my money, gets me to starve, and I become homeless, that I'm gonna become a thief and I'll get arrested and I'll go to jail, and then my vagina won't be available to anyone. He violates my reproductive rights. He killed my babies. I plan to have more babies than just babies with Edgar, and I didn't get to travel because my parents didn't give me money because these leeches became stalkers so gross, so disgusting, getting in the way of my life. Ew, they're disgusting, so gross, una basura, una asquerosidad. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. What was I up to? Oh, that FBI took one. I'm bored. I'm bored. You can decapitate Maria Angelis Aviles Lorenzo, then lost my virginity for me in my home without my permission to be in my home with Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo sons that I love. They're disgusting. Esos tipos son los puercos, son bien facilitos, asquerosos. Yeah. Anyways, I've selected a hate crime on the FBI took form. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Subject information source of that has crippling anxiety, supposedly crippling depression, and then gets ecstatic at the thought that if I die, then he keeps a lot of money. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? I'm bored. I'm yesterday, I'm this morning. Getting my coffee soon. What else? What else? What else? I'm gonna cook arroz con gandules for myself. And Jaden Kiglani. It smells similar-ish, but it isn't. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. It took me what, 5 years to have one police report completed. I don't want to be inconvenienced by rape towards me or having to interrupt my time or the police and saying I was raped. Can you apprehend and kill this person that raped me and steals from me? David, it smells so gross, disgusting. They're stupid. They fake relationships and they're like, my boy is stressed over this girl. I have to kill her. They're stupid. stupid. Their level of stupidity is so gross, so disturbing. Y no componen nada en este planeta, una asquerosidad. What else? 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 You can decapitate Jadiel Lorenzo Chaparro that went on to lose my virginity for me and stays in my homes without my permission. El tipo un puerco, un asqueroso, una basura. He stole my money to date him and then he's like, fucking asqueroso. I could have been at the library or on a date with someone that actually I would be compatible with. They're stupid. They think that to be ahead in life, they need to step on me literally so I can date. They've been raping for more than 30 years. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. Full, una asquerosidad. Tienen que la rape babies. Porque when I saw Edgar Munoz when I was 8, I didn't even remember knowing him. And he walked into a party, and I walked towards him like, "Hi, are you?" And I feel. And then around 14, he recommitted. What else? 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 I'm so bored. I'm so bored. What else? What else? You can decapitate Marily Gonzalez Soto. No, I don't want to compare clauses with a girl that had both sets of grandparents. These leeches are so gross. Decades ago, they're like, but Arlene, are you sure that you don't want Amarilis to whip you with leather, both of you? I'm like, no. It's like, I'm going to starve you so that she's whipping you with leather then. They show up with those Menorita accounts on YouTube sometimes, I think I've noticed, or it's the FBI probing or to identify themselves or otro. Or it's them showing up. They're stupid, they're so gross. They're terrorists. Ew. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. You can decapitate me. I'm sorry, sorry, so sons that rape me and steal my money, get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Marilis Gonzalez Soto. They're disgusting. I'm bored. You can burn alive, Yesenia Ramirez Lorenzo. You can decapitate David Ledesma that raped me in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Oh, is the internet connection. They're stupid. They're like, we have to please our wife. I'm like, she's not a wife. Ew, 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 ew. They don't understand what being a man is. They don't understand what being a woman is. They don't understand marriage. They kill people mocking polyamory. They're stupid. They're extremely dangerous. They're stupid. They're stupid. So gross. So gross. Ew, 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 ew. These people dan ganas de vomitar son tan asquerosa y asquerosa. And then blah 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 doesn't produce money towards me ever. They don't get that thing that they make me popular. They're an embarrassment. They go on bragging and saying she must be getting rich with all that we talk about her. Ew. They're stupid. They're stupid. Ew, 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 ew. He's trying to make me feel less than like he does because I was born in Wanderlust. Why would I be upset? I will explain that my feelings during toddlerhood and preschool were toddler sexual exploration, and then I'm like, I don't want to be with these people, and my parents respect that. What else? 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 They made me divorce them. They made me divorce them. And say to them, guys, all of you, me, because I didn't find them attractive. What else? 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 They still stalk me. Full, they're embarrassing. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What can I get with Did I already choose? What else? I'm bored. So what? Sadly, I'm using this person as an example. I don't know. I can't gauge attractiveness through that picture. So what they're doing is they're masturbating to the thought of me having met that guy. They're gross. They're sex addicts. They're porn addicts. So gross. That's why they suggest you better work then, so I can fantasize only about you and I don't inconvenience anyone. You can decapitate Benny Lorenzo Acevedo, Marco. You can decapitate Lorenzo Suarez and Di Lorenzo, una basura. You can decapitate Jaime Suarez and his sons that rape me and steal my money and get into the mercy of money. They don't react to this. They think that what they're watching is. They're stupid. They're stupid. So gross. They're so embarrassing. I don't ever think about them. I didn't even think they would go with a hate crime towards me. I'm usually minding my own business. Literally, I miss Blue Sky Design School. And I miss dating. I miss money. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're trying to mock LA 90210. It's just a TV show. It's just a city like any other. They're stupid. They're stupid. Did they get that Brandon guy to have sex with them? Ew, 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 ew. Embarrassing. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? Oh, and he may be, just like I showed you those pictures, be saying later today or in a few minutes, Mac Main, pero how would you like to make it like the real deal instead of Arlene sending you a GoFundMe campaign? How about I bring my sexy rig on here and you fuck her instead? Or this one, my other sexy, we're gonna fuck this instead. Or how about you fuck him instead, my other sexy, we're gone. And people are like, but ¿qué le pasa a ese tipo? I received a GoFundMe campaign from a person saying that she needs money gifted to her, and a relative of her showed up like, wanna get a porno together? That must be the terrorist that steals from her, no? So it takes a while for those people to react and give one money, if anything, because they're now hostages of a leech que it's trying to create a porno out of me needing money and starving. They get addicted to that shit. Ay, no tengo nada, no tengo dinero. Eso es una asquerosidad. Eso es una asquerosidad. Esos son unas asquerosidades. Son una basura. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Ginny Gendaliris Lorenzo Suarez, Jendi Lorenzo. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo sons that raped me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. You're stupid. Menoritas, que asco. I'm bored. I need bread. I'll buy that tomorrow. What is it that I was doing here? What was I doing here? Anyways, I shared this because this is why my siblings steal my money. So I invite people into my apartment and I get beat up. Historically, I've heard some men are patient, but then they get stressed out. They're like, who is your kidnapper? Then they feel like one is the one taking them hostage. Because one says, honey, I don't have money to go out. And he's having to take on the full responsibility of the relationship or being rejected when he invites one. So they beat up a person just trying to gauge, just like, okay, but who is it that has you hostage? Sometimes, sadly, some people get beat up and then they bring them to the police. And they're like, by the way, it's my relatives that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. That's why I can't do anything. They're like, you should have told me before I beat you up. What else? What else? What else? That was the perceived threat that I had. That someone close to you is snooping on our life and making you miserable so that I become miserable. Hoy está esperando su coronación, su reinado, que mató a Gloria Nilsson. Es una leche asquerosa. She doesn't understand reality from play pretend either. Es una bruta asquerosa. They're like, but wow, have you seen the home that her dad had built? And they become worshippers of her childhood home. Wasn't that bought with my money? So that they wouldn't be renters and transient and a little bit more permanent. So that Wadi and I could have sex at least once. What else? Or with Wadi's money, porque the way that Wadi complained que no tenía pasillos, no. It may have been that. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. Also, there are like 7 cousins that I've met before that are like, la buenos días, Señor Jesucristo de adelante, soy solamente católica. Porque si uno ve una cruz de eso, they want to be porn stars so bad, they're so gross. And they fear being judged. Everyone, just everyone. They want to kill everyone, and then they want to find people that will understand their affinity towards wanting to record porn that wouldn't judge them. Stupid. People say if you would just surround yourself with men and women, they're like, what is it that I'm surrounded them by? Just penises and vaginas. People say you almost feel. They are like, don't even say the word feel. Then they get aggressive. Ew, 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 ew. I miss you, mommy. Sending my girlfriend, we can paint a TikTok. So I'm getting coffee soon. I'm drinking water. And then I'll have another meal. And then I'll buy some things to go. I have chips in my front there, dark chocolate caramels. So that would be really good. I'm bored. Do people still ask the Galadesma, but who's they? Who's they? Tipo un menorito asqueroso, bruto. Un puerco, un asqueroso. They say that if your significant other hates someone, you have to kill it for him. Ew, ew, they're disgusting. They're so gross. Es de tipo un menorito asqueroso. You can decapitate David Ledesma. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and assistants that rape me and steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They pay each other to pretend to be me. Illegally prostitute themselves. So disgusting. So disgusting. 2 people are watching. One has like this post. I'm bored. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Luis Lorenzo that tried to rape me when I was 14. You can decapitate Hector Soto that tried to rape me when I was 15. These leeches are so disgusting. They stole my money to date them, and they're like, "Let me rape you, or if not, Luis Lores is gonna rape you." They're stupid. They're like, "You have to work twice as hard to get my love because you're my relative." So any girl out there, if she wants my love, she can't get it right now because I was born to next, right, almost like in close proximity to you. I'm like, Mina, go away. You're not worth it. No one in their right mind ever says that to someone. They just enjoy progressing in a relationship. They're stupid. They're so gross. They're disgusting. Then they went on to introduce me, Annie Leach, that they can replace me with. That wasn't me, their second cousin. They're stupid. They're stupid. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. They're stupid. I don't ever want that near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Oh wow, that kid is not old. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. They're like, well, if it's your planet, you should start with it. They give me so much more validity that it's mine. They're that stupid. They're that stupid. You can decapitate Ginny Gendaliris Dendi Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Iker Munoz Carrero. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Evelyn Iber Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me and steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They're stupid. They're like, oh, we're gonna turn you into, if you're such an influencer of the planet, we're gonna turn you into the worst scenario, arrastrándote pidiendo comida. They're stupid, so gross. Y eso se cree que yo lo voy a llevar a una cita. Nunca. Nunca. I'd rather be celibate. They mocked me for that decades ago too. They're like, I'd rather be celibate. He's a man. He got experience. As a toddler, with that in my mouth, his dick and his brother's dick in my ass, and I don't have experience. El tipo un puerco asqueroso. Didn't I have him and Menorito que se pasa in a shower at 3? And they go to measure up, they're not men. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Dang, school, so embarrassment. Oh. I'm sitting for too long. They don't want to show their feelings for people. Yo no, yo me metía with el pan en la cocina. And I'm like, my parents sent me here to cook. And for the 2 seconds that you all are polyamorous, or if a second you consider me like I could have been your daughter, but I'll never bring it up. I'm like, oh my god, great food. The conversation was so good. Oh yeah, my parents were like, and a lot of people where I grew up, they're like, she practices gratefulness. We all joked de que no nos casamos con ella. That if she wanted to resume, we're like, ready, I want to do that scary. Pero now understandable. What else? What else? What else? Then I see menorito asqueroso por ahí as older men. I'm like, oh my god, so pretty. I'm like, oh, that's right, that's a terrorist term. So not the same concept, pero what else? What else? What? What else? So I would visit Carmelita. I'm like, we don't even walk it along. For fuel. I polyamorous, but I'm not here after a gift or a trust or social or trying to kill you or you said that. They're like she's not her daughter. So I'm like, fine. Or if you have doubt, don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. You don't even love me like a mother. I'm like, that's true. Like this feels more like a colleague. They're like, exactly. But they're like, she's not our daughter, but she practiced gratefulness. If she loved us as a daughter, we would know. If she doesn't want us, she doesn't impose. Like, you have to love me as a daughter either. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? And that was like one time visit. What else? 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 I feel so sick. I just felt like those huge coffee puffs. Why do I? Why do I? Anyways, I just got food for myself. It's fiesta, it's fiesta. It's fiesta. I'm loading. I was just yeah. Charles, I'm bored. I'm bored. Taking with me. Whatever I don't eat to eat with peanut butter possibly tomorrow. What? So good. They say what shouldn't drink coffee on an empty stomach. You know how North people work the greatest. The catering area is not unusually busy some days, but it feels like there's a lot of people there today. So those beaches that I grew up around, take this as an opportunity to say, well, Forbes said that I should mistreat people so they feel. That's not the type of person that one has the district work ethic from day one or prototype of it doesn't have a crease that this has. Those people I grew up around, they think that will hold up for the court will court. Do you not even use your brain? Is what a judge says. What else? What else? What else? I thought about asking them to pack just half of it. But yeah, that's the price of the entire thing. I think a lot past it. Sometimes they have half of it in a basket. So I'm bored. Bored. They say that donde hubo cenizas, donde hubo fuego, cenizas quedan. Mátalo, already. Ew, ew, ew. They're stupid. They're just mocking polyamory. They're stupid. They're terrorists, so dangerous. I won't let them near me ever. I'm bored. I just spent my $25 that I have in my savings on food this weekend. They're stupid because the cafeteria have me such sense that rape me to steal my money and get away. So, well, I didn't revenue. Pastry was so good. And, Popular Bakery. Caesar salad and dark chocolate. I'm so happy that they have them here. Those people that I grew up around, viste que tiene las patas abiertas. Want to tell me that because I grew up in Wonderland, that that's how I look to people. No, I don't. Though, it's a lesson to Leash Sandling. When I'm on camera, I TV, that people just say hi and bye to me or thank you. Even if behind the scenes he has her or him addicted to porn or addicted to sex so that it harasses me and it loses his job. A job possibly that they don't even want actually. They're stupid. They're stupid. Lord, I haven't been drinking my coffee. Keep checking my emails, seeing if I received money. And one day, I mean, so this one is the sons that raped me, stealing money and getting away with me, receiving money to kill themselves today. It's May 2nd, 2025. When La Luz Carrero to kill herself today. Born. Oh, how many does that thing hold? I look for the brand of the coffee maker, but I didn't pay much attention. Didn't want to feel that invasive. Commercial grade coffee. What good if I talk to Jaden Gilani, I'm gonna be like, I saw and I'm like, why is it that I don't have it in my Vegas? Speaking of that and inventions, essentially what is grateful for those that found out that coffee tastes good for some of us, those that went on to make bread, still today, some making Parmesan crisps and selling them without one having to be in a kitchen out of convenience. Because it's relatively new for some of us. Not at a grocery store. What? Possibly something like that. 18 by 6. Oh, like I want to show you. When I saw it, I was gelato. Admiring how pistachio is in green. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm looking at my phone, has a really good charge. Thank you so much, Central Market, for those of us that work from home. For the electrical outlets. So that one doesn't have to be like, okay, I'll get on a bus and I'll be back in 2 hours. I'm not the only one that I've seen that seems to stay an entire day and I do it every day. But I'll be passing by at least 4. What? What else instead of shopping and taking it home with me? I'm bored. I miss having a washer and dryer. I can't wash clothes them yesterday. Past 2 bells. Did the fire but brought someone else that would be creepy for me to see there? There seems there's impression there's someone else there now. Did she remove a credit that actually belonged there from my account? He has groupies of my vagina that follow me. Ew. I've heard. Going to become my bestie. They're so outdated and they're abused too. There's social media, there's live. So they infiltrate people at Haven for Hope, at Nordstrom. So that when one says I file a police report for all of you, then to kill one. They're stupid. They're stupid. Ew, 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 ew. So, anyways, it could have been a credit if they were like holding a special like first month for the opportunity home pay for the deposit that was there for living there a month. I don't know. Or it could have been a mistake. I'm born. This please. Anyone that saw in a big deal is like I'm gonna introduce that to Arlene para que le diga a Arlene que se rasure la vagina. They're disgusting. He used to rape me for my bedroom at my parents' home. So disgusting. They're trying to traffic me into my parents' home thinking that they can disrespect my dad and just enter my parents' home and rape me. They're stupid. They're embarrassing. What else? 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 He's like, there is a freshly shaved vagina. I'm gonna introduce it to Arlene a ver. Puedo convencer a Arlene que se haga amiga de ella para que se rasure. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez on his sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the wimmers. They think they're rich, wealthy people want to mentor everything. Okay, me pintas. No, it's fun sometimes to be like, okay, guys, maybe human. And or home. That's human nature and be maybe someone pick the color in 2 hours. You'll see the result. Pero not like I want to dumb down my intelligence para verse como hombre because he has like thick skin. Then I do. You think? But I have boobs. What else? I'm bored. I'm a tan. I shave my legs, fish. And I've kept up with my chin hair. You can decapitate Joanna Vargas that steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money, so that I would have really long chin hair because I didn't have a set of grandparents while growing up. They're bigots, so gross. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. I'm born. Sugar. Café gratis por un año. De 3. Oh, I saw someone earlier with the cutest Mickey Mouse t-shirt. It was fun. Oh, I can relate to. What else? I want una corona. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm born. Oh, that. Like one needs to eat to be satisfied, not like I'm gonna leave the rest of the tray here para no verme hambrienta. So I gotta just judge one. You're supposed to satisfy that, not anyone that you think is looking. And you possibly will go hungry for the rest of the day that people didn't notice. Those are usually traffickers that think that way. Excuse me, what was I with this? What was I gonna search for on Instagram? Those are so pretty. so pretty. Lord. What is same store sales? I can't. There was the one at the rim. There was one in Converse on Kitty Hawk. What is this? Lose the article. CNBC. Sometimes it goes away. A more cautious consumer. It's not what you do you. Some people are like, I eat this every day, and my health never declines. But it's part of a balance. Other than people can go on and say, how does my cheeseburger with fries compare to what you're having right there in terms of health? So, but I like to keep it like to maybe like once a year. Not as often as I was having in 2017. Where's the article? What is this one? It may have to do with if they're gonna go to jail. No, we hope they don't go to jail just for rape. We hope that they go to jail for starving you on purpose too. So I'm impatient waiting for people to give me money because some people think just like there's someone in Kansas right now. It's like I only have $2 for dinner right now. I left my purse at home and my phone's turned off, so I can't use Google Pay or Apple Pay. I can arrest that person and I want to go to jail if that person starves today. So a lot of people are like, well, you need to be patient. And these are people that you grew up around. So instead of a lesser charge, people are trying to aim for like the most significant charge that can get them the death penalty. Not like 3 months in jail and then they'll continue being bad. What? Exhausting. I want to shop at H&M today. How does one get there? When there's Fiesta today. I'm happy that I wasn't planning it, pero I may not eat a la popular ever. Just to have made it like I ate through one of these at Fiesta was being celebrated. And I kind of match the fixtures. I have white sneakers from Target, Hanes, Hanes leggings, and a Gildan t-shirt. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. So if I get an eviction notice from Villas Acres, I'll be heading over to a lawyer. I know it's a lawyer, to a court, and exposing that I'm a victim of theft. They're disgusting. They're like, well. They steal. Do I cry now? They're so disgusting. They don't understand intelligence. It's hard to believe that I raised two beautiful children with them because I didn't have a set of grandparents when I was growing up. I said my parents didn't teach me education. They steal my money so I get put in front of a judge that will put me into place and teach me how to behave. They're stupid. They're porn addicts. They're sex addicts. So gross. Ew, 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 ew. So you can decapitate everyone that steals my money, everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate everyone that steals my vehicles. You can decapitate everyone that stays in my homes without my permission. They're stupid. They're stupid. I'm not a part of little people said that's missing something and it doesn't function well. My parents are highly intelligent, very high society people. What else? Ew, ew, ew. Entonces my siblings kill people because they're like, well, if that's how you treat my sibling, Miss Goody Two Shoes never does cocaine, then I'm gonna act like a stereotypical girl that doesn't have a grandmother. They're stupid. Who else is there? Bakery. That phone I already visited. That's hilarious. There's na popular. Oh, a culebra. What friendship? What? Hence why the sign at Target where one returns a shopping cart says gracias. I can't get on. I already shared this article on Facebook. I'm like, what else are they trying to do besides me? else? Oh, Bethany Frankel was here recently. No, I read. Who else? Isn't she a chef? Oh my good for wine. I like to drink wine all the time. That skinny one. What else? I'm bored. Doesn't I may have been fans of them. If I didn't she have a spin-off of the Real Housewives that she was in? Who is her baby daddy? Um, what? Some people don't want to admit that HEB is global for their. What do we have here? No, I can't find that HEB. The house, no. There's some. The bakery is a larger selection than HEB when it comes to individual pieces, no. Okay. Who are Bethany Frankel's kids and her baby? The dad. It's Jason. I thought it was a Josh. Bryn. Wow. A 2-year-old. So who was waiting for her? Just kidding. But that's normal for some people. It's like now that we have established rapport with the baby dad, now we can still parent or the baby's mine. Some people do that. I guess there was a custody battle. Very lengthy. So they divorced. Oh no, they welcomed the baby in 2010. What? What else? In the meantime, there's like so many pretending to be Jaden thinking on his baby mama just after Akers did. What on money and I refuse to talk to them. They want to try to get me to acknowledge that they're Jaden thinking on his baby mama when they aren't. If they truly were, those stars are so pretty. They wouldn't need to starve me to acknowledge it. They're stupid. They're stupid. Anyways, I skimmed to this again. We're gonna visit another in 2022 or 2023. And then I visited here on Broadway to get ice cream and fries at a Big Mac in when? Maybe 2022, 2023. Anyways, people are still talking about me. I miss Goody Two Shoes, Never Does Cocaine, with worshippers of her vagina. Out of everyone in my family of origin, I'm one of a few people that has a cheap adulthood. That isn't a sex addict, a porn addict, a murderer, thief, or rapist, so it gets celebrated. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to celebrate and I'm good. And I'm born. Oh, where was that diner that I ate at in San Francisco? Johnny Rockets? Possibly. La Leech. Do you see anyone around me? All right. Wants to make me this tea. They get wow, I think that she's 24/7 with him. That with the money that she steals from me, she's out and about alone. You're stupid. Yeah. Programs. I'm bored. It was Johnny Rockets, I think. What else did I? Where else did I eat? In San Francisco. I want to go back to San Francisco by myself. Or with Jenny. That would. What else? 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 I'm going. Oh, there's one here on East Coast. Where? That's East Commerce. Oh, at the shopping center too. Parking option. I'm bored. You can decapita Ginny and the lady Soros Suarez. That steals my money so I can't be with my man. You can decapitate Ginny and the lady Soros Suarez that steals my vehicle so I can't be with my man. He facilitates that for those leases, my personal property. He steals it from me y se la pasa a cualquiera que le mame el pene. El tipo es un asco. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money and get no mercy money. They're disgusting. So gross. People call him asco en Agua de Puerto Rico. They're embarrassing. What am I eating here right now? What else? Lord. Yeah, they're stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid. My siblings lo violan y se creen que I'm gonna fight for him and his dick. Menorito asqueroso, 9 years younger than me. Qué asco dan. So, son gente tan puerca asquerosa. They're embarrassing. I want to read the article. I'm shooting Jennifer Marie Vasquez and stuff on Sunday. You can decapitate don't know Briggs. They're so disgusting. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money. They get in the way of me receiving money. They stole my money to date them, and then they terrified my parents. They terrorized my parents to not provide for me so that they could find someone outside of the family that wasn't their second cousin like me for them to date. They're stupid. They're stupid. Every fucking asquerosidad that they see in a telenovela, they spill it out to one. They're embarrassing. They're embarrassing. Ew, 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 ew. I'm bored. What am I eating right now? According to Grimes, the latest. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm gonna shop at Target later. That's cute. These are cute. So, according to Global Positive News, someone in Canada built 99 tiny homes to reduce homelessness. They're cute. Those people end up moving on up. I mean, it's better than the streets, it's better than a homeless shelter. Hopefully, they're not being obligated to work there, but that could be a part of the program. That may be the only way that they know how to offer the service. What else? 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 Okay, have you seen this grossness out there? Oh, ew, 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 ew. I spotted it at Central Library the other day. That was my first love for his brother. Es un menorito asqueroso. Yeah. I'm seeking the death penalty for him. What else? What else? What else? What else? Look how many people does he rape on the daily. No es que él está en orgía, like so sexy, give me long. You learn one word. It's like, wow, tú sabes cómo a ti se te abre el culo nada más con mi presencia. I head over to places myself and just got back from Milan, but I don't say like 10 years ago. And they're like, oh my god, they're stupid. They're stupid. Anyways, what else? What else? I'm bored. That's one's brain. Okay. This just touched the table. What else? Pero this is, what is it? Oh, pero that's like for the civilized country. Lay out in the open and having ever. And someone says, "Well, you're all sweaty. Your hands like haven't been washed in years." It doesn't seem like it's a slang. You may need a building with sinks. What else do you need? What? What else? A esto se le llama cuando ya tiene excremento. These people come to the rescue. Porque some people say like they live in huts and then they just create alone or in community. People say, I'll be back, I'll be in town. Who else needs the Maggie for here? A lot of people. It's called algo in Tratili San Juan that you're like not in the mood to get within the next few weeks. So some people are like, well, if you're heading towards Mayagüez, why don't you visit Home Depot and trae un abanico? For real. What else? Thanks again to Central Market for the electricity. So I can work From here, I'm currently seeking the death penalty for everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, everyone that steals my vehicles, everyone that gets in the way of receiving money, everyone that steals my money. I'm sending my GoFundMe campaign to people through Instagram and Gmail while I eat with my dollars or with food stamps. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. This is so good. I want to visit Jada and Konami in Tampa next week. What does American Airlines available to fly? I want to say Victoria Hotel. I already said this in writing through Facebook. They steal my money and they get in the way of me receiving money to mock me like you at Big Area Hotel that you've been starved. You're stupid. There's terrorists so dangerous, so gross. I don't want that ever near me. They're stupid. They don't understand that there's no family rivalry and they think that being a relative or cousin is literally like bullying and dándole cantazo with the knuckles in one's head. I think one of them tried that already. What movie was that on? People saying? Ew, 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 ew. Anyways, what does American Airlines? No, I want pizza. I want soup. I have an aversion to soup containers. That's all it is. But I already have pizza 2 days in a row. Or three. With mushrooms and then with peppers was so good, but I want to take a break of that because I also love mushrooms and I like the arugula. What else? What else? What else? What else? Maybe I'll get soup. Look, it's clean on the outside. My dad has an aversion to eating out. So he's like, what if someone stuck the ladle in the coffee and then stuck it in the food so it doesn't change the flavor but still dirty ladle? When he was in New York, he literally got a job as a possibly to eat at the restaurants that he liked just to see what was the scene and possibly tell the chef like no add adobo to that even though it's not listed on the menu because that's how I wanted. You don't want to buy adobo. What else? Kind of like when I worked at a daycare because my kid was there. And I just wanted him to be there for the social aspect, but I didn't trust anyone around him. What? What else? So I have an aversion to soup. I respect the man so much. He's just my mommy's boyfriend that moved in with her, so committed through a Catholic wedding and everything. So that she could feel peace that he wasn't gonna leave her unless it was like with very much notice to get a divorce. So people leave in a Catholic marriage and never come back to. What else? What else? What else? My mother was an orphan at the age of 6 and then was extremely abused by the family that took her in. And then I grew up in a community where like a lot of people are aggressive sexually. And my mother sadly suffered from people her age having like a cagao her age that stalks her. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm from San Antonio, SA. What is SAT? To Tampa. International DBA. When would it leave? Next week. May. What? Need a few days for sure. May 15th. What else? 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 About a week or a week and a half because I want to get to Orlando and get Milao Bakery and Innocent Sandwiches and maybe a Tortola with my name on it. I wonder where that went. I've lost all my material possessions. What else? There's so many moves. So from 15th to the 28th, I'm bored. So, it's 15 minutes now. I can get an Uber ride to the airport. What else? What else? I didn't understand what that meant. Largest U.S. same-store sales decline. That I'll reread it later another day. Possibly because I'm so like from here, there, and then sometimes it feels like I'm in this. There you go. Relate to this, then put it into what is that? I don't understand that. And I don't need to just visit one McDonald's to know what it means, but what else? What else? What else? Every road trip is like I'm gonna end up at a McDonald's or Starbucks. The box, the better McDonald's. What else? I'm bored. I had a really good time there today. So good. Like $2. And I paid for it. What else? That's what I like. This way. This. I'm bored. What else? Oh, to me, they want to kill me because even if I'm polyamorous, I would say like, "Hey guys, I wanna rave all the people that I'm dating." So I'm inservible as a what is it? I don't traffic people. So they want to kill me because I don't supply anyone for them to rape. What else? What else? They're disgusting. They're disgusting. I'm bored. I'm bored. I missed it. I missed it. What's today? I texted Jaden Kimani earlier. I'm heading over to Mozambique. What else? What else? What else? Congratulations to Menorita Asquerosa. Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo on all her visits to San Antonio in 2017. With Menorito Asqueroso, with the money that they steal from me, the homes that they steal from me, the vehicles that they steal from me, and people that they use to get in the way of me receiving money. They're disgusting. I'm not gonna go on to find out. She thinks she's deceiving me. They live in their head as if one is in an orgy room all together, and then they're like, ha, why aren't there? I was being a bad girl. They dream que yo le diga que I'm gonna slap them for being a bad girl. They're porn addicts, so gross, so stupid. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate, you better respect your siblings. You can decapitate Lisa Munoz. They're sex addicts, so gross. What else? 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 You can decapitate my homies, citizens, sons that raped me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. It's May 2nd, 2025. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm sending my GoFundMe campaign through Instagram to people. What else? What else? What is that? Icon up there. Had I not seen that before? Oh, I yeah. I miss my mommy. What else? How much Bitcoin I have that she possibly remembers of that? Remember of my Bitcoin? I don't want to overwhelm her. I was raped by Michael Norman in 2016. I was raped by Jorge Aviles in 2016. My siblings steal from me so that I get raped for them to acquire my vagina pictures or in a conversation like, did she send you pictures in lingerie? They will raped me in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. They're disgusting. They get in the way of me receiving money. They want to try to babysit me like nonstop 24/7 to complain. To be like, oh, but honey, kill her because she occupies so much of my time. I'm still raising her. She's 44. Look at everything that I had to read through on Facebook para no verse como the snooper stalker that she is. She's like, I'm just reading through everything, guys. to see if she's under any threat of someone. They're stupid. They're stupid. You can decapitate all of these people that stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way of me receiving money and they steal my money. They're stupid. So gross. I'm on it. Entonces él me quiere matar a mí porque es like cuando Marilyn se va a mudar conmigo a Milán si siempre está like rocking our arms. They're stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid. There's sex addicts, there's snoopers, there's peeping toms, stalkers, so gross, una basura, una asquerosidad. In the meantime, it's hot water. And I miss just doing nothing in my apartment. This piece of lingerie I had to take. So pretty. I love the material this I love. I love Victoria's Secret. I had several others. I just didn't save the pictures of those. Those aren't even my favorites. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, they want me to fight with them. Jorge Aviles wants to mock me and be like, ha ha ha. ¿Te recuerdas el día que te dije, pero show me your face, show me your face? And normally I like taking them from here down, sort of like branding-ish. So they want to slut shame one behind the scenes. They're like, ja, 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 ese que te veía la cara se lo envía esta gente. They're trying to get me to kill myself. They're disgusting. Eso es una basura asquerosa. Ella se lo mama a ellos ilegalmente, waiting to see, like, ajá, ¿y qué más te envió? Oh, el ángel es violeta, I can do purple también, ¿ok? Y ellos se envician. Y no se dan cuenta that people that are raped also get an erection or moan. Ew, and they're like, that's our go-to girl, lingerie girl. La menorita asquerosa que looks at Victoria's Secret. And dice, wow, por si él estaba hoy en Instagram mirando Victoria's Secret. Porque si yo no le chequeo el teléfono, no me entero, nena, que estaba hoy que mirando Victoria's Secret. Y yo encojonada. Porque yo le verifiqué el teléfono y él estuvo en Instagram, Victoria's Secret. No puede ser. Mira, le dio zoom a esta foto, a este video. Yo tuve que irme para el mall, nena, no ni le cociné, le traje taco libre y coman, whatever. Me tuve que comprar un traje como ese, un set de lingerie como ese, un mahón como ese. Estuve como 3 horas buscando y no encontraba el mahón, nena. Este juguetito compré, lo encontré en Toys R Us, lo tenían, sí. Todo lo que hizo ella, puse la cámara en el tripod y dije, sí, en vez de estar mirándola a ella así, tú me puedes mirar a mí, ¿ok? What else? Esos son lo que son esos actos de personas. You can decapitate Evelyn de Jesús. You can decapitate Berenice Venegas. You can decapitate Ginny Jandaliris Jenny Lorenzo, que es un asco. She's trying to recreate my marriage with Edgar in pictures just to try to tell me she's better than me. No one can be better than me. They're stupid. Turns out that he was just looking at this. His brother was like, "What do you think for Mother's Day for Mom? We buy her this dress. Wanna chip in? You, even though we're getting her more stuff, but why don't you get her the dress? I'll get her the piece of lingerie. Fulanito already said that would get her the jeans. El otro dijo que he's gonna get her the other lingerie." By the way, I'm getting that dress for myself too. Oh, you already have that piece of lingerie. You don't want to buy it for her. So what about you? Okay, if you don't want to buy her this, let me see what else you can buy her. These are so pretty. Why don't you buy her this? And they're disgusting. They're terrorists. They're not girlfriends. They're not wife. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Ginny Gendaliris Lorenzo Suarez. That when I was 3, I was exploring with my second cousin's dick, both of them, and she curled up towards me. And she looked at the 3 of us and like didn't like get out of the way early. I can do this. Like what? So she sucked one of his dick, put her culo en el otro. Like I can do better than you. Ew. Ella se muda a mi casa sin mi permiso, so I can't be with my man. She steals my vehicle, so I can't be with my man. She steals my money, so I can't be with my man. She gets in the way of me receiving money, so I can't be with my man. I was extremely abused by my siblings in my parents' home. So my man said when I head over to San Antonio on a date, I didn't even remember his name. I'm like, maybe like he'll understand in a later time. When I'm healthier and I'm out there, he'll invite me again. A week later, he's like, I took this instead. So he kept repeating the pattern of when she was 3. Y ella se lo ofrece. She's like, well, para el cumpleaños, bautizo, literalmente. Boda, aniversario, Carlín no pueda ir, tú no que me tienes que llamar a mí, yo voy. She complained tan asquerosa que Yolanda said in my presence who wanted to marry this, and Menorito Asqueroso walked up to her. So when he and I were having homes built for he and I, or money to date, she's like, she can't have a house with him. I'm the main wife. She's like, la hoe que se les. She doesn't understand that they're wives that keep their own home or even live with their parents and just like, Mom, Dad, me fui, I'll be back later. Or in a few days. And they're married. 2 men, specifically in this scenario, without having a home with him. She thinks that marriage is wedding cake topper and she's the special one. Not even recreationalmente. Pero le están basura. That's besides the point. That I'm seeking the death penalty for Ginny Gendaliris Lorenzo Suarez. That even in his adulthood, every time that I wasn't available, he's like, vaya, ve a Ginny Gendaliris instead. Me la llevé para South by Southwest. After he stole my money to date him and come for my parents not shop for me. Se tomó mi primer café por mí. Con él, la leche esa en mi casa sin mi permiso. And still to this day, they're begging me to have sex. My parents had them paint with me individually each day. so that I would safely lose my virginity with them with proper self-care, because not only I'm not a hoe, but also I was extremely abused in my parents' home by my siblings that raped these dicks. They're galdeando pene todo el tiempo. They're like, ¿a quién le pertenece ahora? Le pertenece a Ginny Jandaliri para testearlo, decirle, hoy no salgas de tu casa porque Ginny Jandaliri te va a buscar después. Es cierto. Porque I don't know if she's menorita asquerosa. And Kimberly. I know. And those shows them to those situations are. What else? What else? So they went, because they're drug addicts, Paul. They went on to move Lalit que se mudara con él y se hiciera pasar por mí. And still, decades ago, years after the homes were built, they're like, but Arlene, are you going to take me out or hacerme una cena en mi casa contigo? I heard that on the days that he's not there, Lalit se queda allí sola como si fuera yo. Es un asco, una basura. Ew. Dan un asco, gente. And they're all be like, we're better than her. And then if I have a one night stand, which I'm very okay with, because they're just like people that one just wants with once, they want to introduce themselves and marry that person. For if I attend un bautizo en algo en la familia, her to show up with that person and be like, mira quien te quité. Like 30 years after, they plan in their head full that they'll run into one at a family party. I exiled myself from family parties after I saw this leash at around 19, even with her bodyguard, because she's death penalty worthy, and so that he became too, Iram Ramirez. I'm like, I don't want to ruin this party, and like literally both of them slam them around. Este que va a ser ni churra cuando me ve. Porque this leash said decades ago, because she is death penalty worthy, la vamos a casar con él para que tú no la puedas matar, porque la sí es fuerte. You can decapitate a Ramírez, que se queda en mi casa sin mi permiso, most likely. Me roba mis vehículos. What else? What else? What else? How big is Iram Ramirez? They're stupid. Él a veces tiene complejo de que es muy flaco y aunque fuera al gym, él no se quiere ver muy fuerte. They're embarrassing. You can decapitate Ginny Jandaliri Sorenso Suarez that killed Gloria Nilsson trying to become her. I don't know who Melody Belmont is. Possibly that leech of my second cousin that is stalking me. Or himself. Is that Richie Fong? Ew, they're menorito asqueroso. It could just be around. I'm bored. What else? I miss my Bowflex weights. Oh, when I met him, he terrorized me. I cried when I met Iram Ramirez. I'm like, I'm gonna have to kill this one too. So she invited me to the gym. And they think that with my amnesia, I had amnesia, pero yo no soy bruta o estúpida. Como para decir, se conocieron allí ya. He wants to be deceitful that she met him in the gym while with me. I don't know why she even invited me when she was staying in my home without my permission. So gross. She's trying to rape me. So she's like, oh, maybe if we become gym buddies, se nos suda todo together y se baña conmigo. Y me la mama. They're disgusting. They're like, dale, baby, dale. You'll try that. En vez de decirle, mira, she has no feelings for you, you don't have a chance, stop talking about her. They're disgusting. So, anyways, I was at the gym and I stopped attending. I'm like, oh no, like this just became so easy. Go, please. That's why I cried because I was like doing squats. I'm like, man, I can pick up this shit right now. Y my dad lucky, but I have respect for the people that work here. Dan un asco. Dan un asco. You can decapitate Iram Ramirez. You can decapitate Jordan Ramirez. The other pages. You can decapitate Taishna Ramirez. She wants to do a back to back of, okay, que no te sacó Jada primer grado. That's what her child's house do. I never compare my grades, my kids' grades with anyone. She gets jealous because she's a terrorist and her parents compliment me. And literally, her parents have been like, why can't you be just more like Arlene? So she literally went on and moved into my home without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, haciéndose la bruta. They're like, well. They said, why can't she just become more like Arlene? But that's my favorite cause. She has both of my last names. They're stupid. They're stupid. So gross. Una basura, una asquerosidad. You can decapitate me. That right is the only money they know I'm seeing. Cry one day when I realized what it is. And that they abuse her so badly. While causing my starvation. So gross. They infiltrate the home. So like they can't think straight of like how much money to send one. I've witnessed that. I've witnessed that. It's still alive. What else? They're terrorists. They want to know how much my grandma left me when she died. So they're like, well, we must kill Gloria Nilsson. Y no le gusta about that. So quizá cuando Gloria Nilsson se muera, ella dice cuánto le dejó la abuela cuando se murió. They're disgusting. They're so gross. You decapitate Gigi Gendalidis and Lorenzo Suarez. What is this? What is this? So pretty. Whatever is the beach. I'm bored. I'm bored. And then sit down to my baby daddy phone. Ellos cualquier cuero que le baile desnudo, they get fixated on their materialistic too. So they're like, oh, if her parents had that usual, what else can they have? He was a silent partner as I raised Aiden. That helps. What else? Pork, I'm amazed at how kind and generous and beautiful these two are. What else? 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 I'm bored. These are so pretty. You can only take these in Mexico. Speaking of healthy foods, what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, it has to be made for some people that are very much abused. It has to be made to look cool. Like it's okay to eat fruit at school, not get bullied. Some people suffer with that. It's like if you're afraid of tomatoes, planet box to school, and some kids get bullied over that shit. So people are like, no, 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 no. Why are you eating processed food? Ew, you're eating fresh foods. I've heard that phone. My kids never complain of them being bullied at school over plans or they never cared. What else? 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 I miss you, avocado. I miss you, avocado. Oh, it's a blurry picture. What else? So good. I'm bored. So that's one. I'm bored. I'm shocked. Oh, I want to create a t-shirt for myself. They went on, when was that? Not 2 years ago almost? No. They're stealing my designs like that, and then la que le mama el pene, they're like, this is the worst. You're stupid. Hopefully Miss Universe is my heritage and someone mentioned that. I was just for the shits and giggle literally. Of them mocking every little piece that someone tells about my heritage. They're bullies, so gross. Unos menoritos asquerosos, una basura, una asquerosidad. Ew. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. Anyways, I ordered a t-shirt with that design. And I'm sure I can find similar skirts. What else? Made that year. What else? I'm gonna shop at Target. What else? That looks good. Where were they at? That's so good. What else? Oh, that was Disney. What else? And the beach. What else? So good. He steals my money. We infiltrated all these leeches around me. Does he pester Kehlani and say, Elias is the girl to be in your age group? He raped Brittany, what's Jared, and Elias, and Menorito. That's why she's always in a bad mood. That kid is so cute. It's like there's Play-Doh right here. What do you want to eat? Or they starve her. Do they give her drugs? And then around some people, it's like, or around her mother. Do they rape her? Oh. Ew, 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 ew. She started a job once in a pharmacy something. She was going to school. So I'm like, sure, you can leave with the kids with me. No, you don't have to pay me. Like, it's just, I'll consider a play date with Kaylani and Jaden. They're like at a play after school for an hour. Anyways, it's just 1 hour in their entire life. It's not like a daily commitment. They make a mockery out of life. They're stupid. Dan un asco, son una basura. You can decapitate me having sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Brittany and Jared if they stay in homes without my permission, steal my vehicles, get in the way of me receiving money. They could have been profiled by him. Who is doing in the military around the same time they get your dogs? What else? What else? What else? I want to shop at Macy's. Like it's a finish line in there, but I think this is where for Macy's actually. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Oh, I want to stay at La Quinta. I remember that day. These are pretty. I may take her to nails de pasar que se me olvida. And it's just a service. What else? 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 Never leave a prostitute yourself. Though they don't seem to have that character type that they would. So cute. What is that though? An actual friend. What else? So good. So good. What else? Oh, where's the pictures in Mexico? Not Mexico, Italy. Oh, did she send me those through Instagram? Possibly. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm gonna shop at Target today. You can decapitate everyone that steals my identity. That's hilarious. For some, they're like, you dress like that, but we're gonna give her a chance. Sadly, with her Santa Lasma to expose you in her own way. You blatantly copied that look to pretend to be her with him. You're just gross. You're disgusting. You identify yourself that you read her when you do that shit and that you're stealing from her. You're stupid. They're stupid. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me and steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Ginny Gendaliris, Jendi Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Berenice Venegas. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gustavo Cáceres. They think that I'm gonna play a game where I'm like, y aquí todas las fotos de when they copied that look. Why can't I be with him? El tipo es un menorito asqueroso que no es hombre. My brain said, girl, you're not a leash. Stay away from that. At the age of 2, at the age of 3, at the age of 5, I was done with all, was it 3 of them? By the age of 5, when I was en la escuela Dr. Juan Besoto, and I was trafficked there, a ver si ellos maduran, and they didn't, and they bullied me. I'm like, I'm done. I don't want this in my life ever. I objected to the homes being built. They're stupid. I even objected to painting with them, I think. Most likely. I'm like, I don't want to date them. No. I don't want them in my life. So they would enter my parents' home and add me like an extension of the orgies that I purposely didn't attend so I wouldn't get raped. They would enter my bedroom and rape me and then leave. So stupid. Una asquerosidad. They're trying to traffic me into my parents' home right now for them to barge into my parents' home. As if my dad doesn't deserve respect. To rape me there, even if my dad is there. They're stupid. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons. No, rape me and steal my money and get in the way of my money. It's May 2nd, 2025. They possibly already raped Dating Kailani, because if one doesn't give them progression, then they stalk the children. They're like, oh, the daughter and the son will be hotter. Those have grandmas. Se invitaron a Sunday dinner with my grandparents that weren't even alive. So girls. Even como si fuera una telenovela bien bruta. They're like, that's formality. That's the relationship that I would have wanted with her. That's the girl that never does cocaine. She invites you to the grandparents' home, no? Como si la playa no existiera, como si el mall no existiera, como si cooking at home on a Sunday no existiera. Or being in an airport un domingo no existiera. Ew. They typecast people. They don't use their brain. Ever. They're stupid. Cuántas veces they go on saying, oh, with that skirt, she would look like a Stasi. Did he rape someone who had a baby? Her name is Stasi. Stasi, what's her name? That same girl in the Vanderpump Rules. And for them not to say I rape her, I steal money from her, yet she still has acquired taste of fashion or shops or has clothes on. I'm calling that a Stasi. They're stupid. They're stupid. Stasi Schroeder. What else? Her parents are Mark Schroeder and Diana Schroeder. They're a victim of this. That girl's so pretty though. I've watched a few episodes. Wasn't she a waitress once? Oh, that's the podcast. And sometimes in NYT does something out there. That's a pretty dress. Look too. That too. Anyways, and she has both sets of grandparents. Wow, what a bliss. She has kids now. It's not on the show. I haven't watched that just yet. Oh, it's on Hulu. What is it on Hulu? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. That is relatable too. That too. That one too. All of them. Oh, there's Vanderpump Villa. What else? Oh, Lincoln so good. This kid has or had both sets of grandparents. What an accomplishment. Did he rape her parents just so that he would like there's just Stassi all there? What else? Oh, it's blurry. What else that happened earlier? No fucking way. What is that? All 3 books. And who is our audience? Did I already miss this? Oh, there. So she has like fans, book signing event and everything. How cute! How cute! That's so relatable too. Where is this? Just these. Oh, but then, oh no. Does she get annoyed that people get called a Stassi like she's a coffee? I'm having a Stassi. You know, I'm not allowed to doesn't taste the same everywhere. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm so bored. He thinks that I get jealous. Ew, ew, ew. Before this kid was born, no? Or she had just been born. Ugh, he rapes her. Ew. Four. You can decapitate everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, and steals my money. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me and steal my money, get in the way of me receiving money. It's May 2nd, 2025. Is this thing live? I'm bored. What else? Anyways, I'm sending my GoFundMe campaign to people. Oh, he wants me to realize that there's people out there who are loved. Es un bruto asqueroso, una basura. These are my second cousins, unos menoritos asquerosos, abusadores, full, going into finding out who my vagina has been on. Trying to kill me because I wasn't a virgin when they met me. They're stupid. They're stupid. They're bigots. They're so gross. Ew, 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 ew. What? She has her own podcast or live videos. She's like, Este hombre me llevó a comprar masajes y a viajar por todo el mundo. That's who we want on top of our dick. Let's get stop praising us even though we steal and we murder and we rape. You can decapitate Genitalities Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me to steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They're stupid. They're stupid. They're so gross. I'm tagging the FBI in this post. Nada. That is so weird. FBI. Interpol. The Justice Department. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security. NATO. The International Criminal Court. Marines in the United States. What else? What else? What else? Oh, did they try to leave Elise and what is his name? Menorito, I can't remember his name. As if they're my kids with me? No fucking way. Ew, 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 ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel, I plan to meet people ideally for university. What's a new station? Anywhere. Phoenix, Arizona. New station. Arizona. ABC 15 Arizona. Is that on Facebook? ABC 15 on Facebook. Well, that's it. ABC 15. On Facebook, is that time again? I'm bored. I'm bored. Anyways, I've known since I was 5 years old that I don't want a relationship with at least the oldest of Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons. And then they go on terrorizing the youngins, as in, if I fucked it up, you have to fuck it up or I'll kill you. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. Ew, so gross. Whoa. What else? What else? What else? Apparently, they read on the calendar some crimes are worth going to jail. That is hilarious. Like, that possibly exists as Spencer's or what other place? What other places? Could the calendar be like that is old news in my family of abortion? I didn't even come up with that, I think. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Oh, I deleted those videos. I'm bored. They're so gross. They're mocking polyamory. Yeah. I'm bored. They're trying to kill me because I don't make any effort to show what I would do for him to take him out on a date. I'm not taking him out on a date. I'm not a porn star or a sex toy to even fake it for them to materialize it with someone else. They're stupid. Ew, ew, whichever one of them. It's stupid. Ew, 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 ew. Dan un asco. Ahí tiene él 24 looks of the moods that he could be in, trying to entice me. Si lo quiero caballo, si lo quiero vago, si lo quiero en falda. Él no entiende que él es un abusador asqueroso y que he doesn't deserve my time. Ew, 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 ew. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. Mira esto, que asco. This is Menorito, 9 years younger than me. I filed a police report against David Ledesma. Against these leeches, I'm always notifying the FBI that they're gross. And they prey onto... Para que me salve, le voy a decir, bueno, nene, si voy a aparecer, mira quién se me imagina. Porque a eso lo que se presta esta lacra, basura, asquerosidad de este planeta. Decades ago, tan un asco. Ew, 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 ew. That's not always incendia. Or always incendio. There's sex addicts, they're rapists, they're porn addicts. There's a difference. Ew, she's still a drug addict. Full. She stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my money. And decades ago, in my grandpappy's home, tried to facilitate him raping me. She's stupid. He lies and says that he's my husband when he isn't. They're stupid. They traffic me into poverty, trying to get him to rape me so he can move on from that. Porque supuestamente le da un orgasmo y le dice, ese was meant for Arlene, not for you. That was decades ago. What? What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm gonna receive money today. Who can I message? On Instagram. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Is this on? Yep, it's still live. What else? I'm bored. You can decapitate Jenny Gentalides Lorenzo Suarez. That pretends to be me. She's disgusting. She steals my identity. So gross. She killed Gloria Nilsson trying to become her daughter. Ew, so stupid. Ew. Ella se lo mamó ilegalmente at the Viladesma, pretends to be his wife until he would rape me and would get my vagina picture. She would try to befriend me, trying to see it first. And they compete with that. And then they want to kill each other. We're like, really? She sent it to you and not to me? I thought I was more important than you. Neither one of them are. You can decapitate Jimmy Jandaliris Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate David Ledesma. I'm bored. I'm bored. There's no electricity in my apartment, so I'm at Central Market charging my phone, my laptop. Soon about to eat another meal here. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Some of these may be duplicates. I know one. I sent it to another account. And also my siblings, they want to kill me because they're like, can you do the dishes? And one doesn't think about a vagina. Do they like think like, well, maybe she'll think about mine or hers? Which one is she thinking? You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. She's tried to traffic me into my parents' home so I do the dishes. Para decirme, me fui, me fui. Me buscó, me buscó. Quédate tú limpiando la casa como menorita and I'm the bad stepsister. Because my mother was at home because she was polyamorous. They're stupid. They killed Gloria Nilsson so that she wouldn't divorce Ramon. And us kids of Gloria Nilsson Ramon wouldn't look from a broken family. A divorce. They're stupid. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me and steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They want to blame my parents for being negligent towards me. I was like, baby, now we can be together. My parents were never neglectful towards me until these leeches terrorized them. Ew, 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 you can decapitate their half brother that raped me when I was 3, that in my teens showed me videos of himself with 2 females, her being one of them. So gross. And saying to me that could have been you. They're stupid, they're so gross, they're terrorists. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Believe Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. They're embarrassing, so gross. In the meantime, I stayed there with people. Need to watch it. I'll be at Amazon Library tomorrow. There's no electricity in my apartment. Oh, does he mock Teenage and the Ladies? That because Teenage and the Ladies makes it obvious to me that she steals from me. That she won't ever look like a star. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Did she want 3 books? O él la violó para que se viera así. O él le paga as the character and that's not her real personality. Mocking Ginny Gendaliris with her 3 book deals. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're stupid. They're trying to get me to kill myself. Sometimes they hire leeches. Like in estaba allí and says, oh, it's so hot. And I must kill her because she's such a nuisance. All he does is talk about her. I've heard that happens. What is it that I'm looking for here? Oh. So did I talk on this video? The FBI, Interpol, the Justice Department in the United States, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the International Criminal Court, the Marines in the United States, the U.S. Army, NATO. They want to try to confuse me of like, oh wait, maybe I'll just become a writer like them. And I won't seek the death penalty for them. They mock her, they mock them. Just be styling, ¿verdad? Que Ali no puede ni comprar ahora. ¿Verdad, Jendy Lorenzo, que tú eres hijita tan importante? They use them as distraction to see if one stops seeking the death penalty for them and tries to become them. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? My fingers hurt because I'm like, what are their names? What do they even look like? Oh, God, these guys in like 20 years. And if I head over to a group chat, they're gonna be like, I'm surrounded by people I don't consider La Parada Cinco or my siblings, trying to put that dick in me, another distraction that I don't want. While they wear their Miss Alves striped t-shirts. Who are those guys? Fool! To me, they don't even have parents. Fool! I didn't even remember that they're related to me. What else? 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 Oh, this. No. Oh, yeah. It's that time again. It's that time again. It's that time again. Forget that's what it means to them. That's why they create distractions. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Pasco County. That's so weird. Mm. Oh, but that's Pasco County, not the police specifically. Oh, there's a report bridging. Pasco police. Pasco police. Oh, that's Washington. Oh, are they linked like to the Tampa? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? On board. Pasco Sheriff. Porque cuánta gente se queja de ello a esa gente. They've been raping people for decades already, since I was like 10 years old. Ew, 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 they're new ones. I'm gonna say Epicurean Hotel. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, it's obviously around fishing scam. Oh, they tried that with me. They're so gross. There's awareness. Um, the they're fishers. El doctor ese que Johnny's drives. Send me a copy of your driver's license. From La Lacey Lorenzo eso. That wasn't even maybe Lisandra Lorenzo. That's why I don't go on to find out. Porque Lisandra Lorenzo hasn't had opportunity to be in my presence for decades now, unless she's that girl that was a Blue Martini right next to me. I wouldn't recognize him. So, what else? 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 So, I don't go on to find out. He could have just been trying to call me lazy and freeloader porque I'm del apellido Lorenzo and he wants to kill me. Oh, he wants to kill me so that like cuando la gente diga Lorenzo, it's like that's like his fourth last name. For him to be like, aquí estoy. Esto un menorito asqueroso, una basura. Un incordio de este planeta. Full. Todavía. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez or the sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of my receiving money. I deleted those. I didn't want them in my inbox. You can decapitate Leon Baker. I didn't want to see ever. And he took me a hostage through Facebook and Messenger in 2020. He and David Ellis want to have a competition to rape me. They're disgusting. And my siblings are like, we wonder who will win. They're stupid. They're stupid. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Believe Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. They try to distract me with maybe I'll try to become a writer. They're stupid. I think their names are Alex, Albert, Basura, Leach, Andrew Suarez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, steal my money, and get in the way of my receiving money. Thank you, Yolanda Suarez, for getting them on the internet for me to show their pictures, either as a PSA, Serafin Lorenzo said decades ago, or for them to get the death penalty for stealing from me and getting in the way of my finances and for raping me. For what else? 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 Just trying to avoid that encounter. I saw them last year at Corazon de Center Camp, Travis Park Church. I kept asking someone, give me money. I don't want to get free food at Camp Corazon de Center. I'm already at risk of getting raped by being poor. If I get in the wrong relationship with someone, sadly, sometimes people see people that they've never been about people that are abused and end up dying de un puño a alguien over like, please talk to me and tell me who it is that has you hostage. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? That was me at Corazon de Center last year. You can shoot Brittany Akerson in self-defense for me if you have immunity to do so. Dear stranger, Corazon de Center, they talk out loud. Finesse IRS. I'm like, how much money have you stolen from me, mother? And are they trying to kill at least one of them? Porque I've heard that when they all let their hair grow long, oh, and he does it too, but he won't let anyone that he wouldn't want them to see him that way. So ese es el más especial que ellos. Yo también me debe crecer el pelo, pero no me van a ver, y la barba no me van a ver como a ellos. So, se ponen menoritos asquerosos que se dan la barba crecer, se dan el pelo crecer, while they're trying to starve at least one of them. And they're like, and he's not tired. We all decided to let our hair grow and our beards grow. No, it's not that he can't shave and he doesn't have the energy to shave. We all went with the same look. They're stupid. They're stupid. When was that? 2014, no? Oh, healing exercise. That's the hashtag. My siblings and my relatives are so low intelligence, so low class. I could also, they thought that I would talk to them and be like, ay, lo vi. Y qué lindo se ve. Entonces they wanna be like, yo le vi el pene hoy, con él me levanté y el beso es guerrero, con dinero que me roban. They want to try to get me to kill myself. They're stupid. Is she here for fiesta? Uy, eso es un funeral entonces. That's why I don't get jealous of any events when I don't attend. Plus, right now there's fiesta here in San Antonio and there's fiesta somewhere else too. What else? What else? What else? They think that esto es todo un evento. And that they're gonna tell me, "I don't know que they're stupid." You can decapitate Benivel Lorenzo Acevedo cock blockers, so girls. You can decapitate Diel Lorenzo Chaparro. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gina Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gaminos Carrero. You can decapitate Benivel Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Ginny Gendaliris and Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me. They're disgusting. So gross. Anyways, to me, it's just a stranger. What else? 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 That was Menorito that hasn't raped me, I think, who I gave this letter to them. What else? They've killed millions of people trying to rape me, trying to facilitate Gina Gendaliris raping me. You can decapitate Gina Gendaliris Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving. One of them steals my money so he can claim to people that I'm a worshiper of clothing. Es estúpido. He doesn't know that I know how to use this mouth to speak up. Decades ago, he asked Edgar to not give me any money so I can't flee. He's already in his 50s. I met him when I was like 3 years old, and I've never had sex with him. I pride myself in that with how disgusting this is. This is a big misogynist. I don't even like saying that word. Es asco. Una basura. An embarrassment. I'm bored. I was cooking for myself, Jaden and Kinglani. What else? What else? What else? What did I cook with that day? So I don't seek the death penalty for him publicly once again because I've done that already decades ago. Was he already over the age of 21 when I did that? There was an FBI agent once in my grandparents' home. There was dinner. Did it coincide with the holiday or there was just dinner? Wow, there was an FBI agent there just listening to how it is that I get abused. You can decapitate Gustavo Cáceres. What else? What else? What else is this thing like still? What do I get? Like, oh, so I'm getting do here. What do I show so I know this is live or maybe with my face reaction? Yeah, it's still live. What else? One person's watching to have like this post. They're after my vagina pictures. Ew, so gross. Ew, they're disgusting. They record themselves. They even get fake. They register themselves as porn stars to be like, I'm just working in her home. They're stupid. They're stupid. I haven't even been able to stay in my homes at all, not even one night. He kept the keys to it. He went and gave away my personal home, I think, to Maria Luisa Rosa because ella le mama el pene ilegalmente. He said, Maria, here's her key of her home. Toma, toma. And Edgar's parents' home. He tried to rape me so gross. He put his penis in her and then put it in me. Never. I want him dead. Esas nenas son unas puercas, quieren violar a una. Like, metió el pene sucio, luego que se la metió a ella y me violó en casa de los papás, en casa del papá y de la mamá de Edgar. So disgusting. And he thinks that I'm taking him out on a date. Ew, ew, ew. You can decapitate Maria Luisa Rosa. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that have raped me, that steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They think that every day is a win for them. When I express this out loud, like, oh, he's a bad boy, that no one can fuck with him. Es un menorito granjero asqueroso que quiere estar en su John Deere all day como si fuera un Power Wheel. Y dice, hay tanto que hacer, fuck, I don't even want to model. And then my family says, well, if you want to be with Arlene, you have to be like multifacetico. He's like, well, I'll be multifacetico. And then I'm going to rape her and do all the bad things. I didn't even ask him to be that person. They're stupid, so gross. They're stupid. Ew, 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 ew. I like this one. You can decapitate Gustavo Cáceres. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that raped me. You can decapitate Maria Luisa Rosa. Oh, I like this. I've said this before. Esto es todo un evento, gente. I want Benjamin Suarez and his sons that raped me, that steal from me, and get in the way of me receiving money to kill themselves. Today, it's May 2nd, 2025. Chop, chop. What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I've tagged the FBI in this post. I've tagged Interpol. I've tagged the Justice Department. I've tagged the U.S. Homeland Security Department. I've tagged NATO. I've tagged the International Criminal Court. I've tagged the Marines. I've tagged the U.S. Army. El secreto todavía full. Le judge the Miss Universe. That's why he steals my money, so I starve and I get something last month. That's why I don't bring up anything that I do, not even if I read a book, not even if I tan. Nothing. I want him to think de que yo no sirvo para nada. I don't want to impress him ever, and that's not my child to raise. Es un mantenido for what other talents do I have? Took myself to the museum one day. That was with Jaden. Yeah. Él se cree que le voy a enviar un libro de mi destreza and he's going to pick from there what he wants me to illegally prostitute myself towards him. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else was I looking for? What word did I look for? Evento. Esto es todo un evento. Porque they want to know si una usa arroz largo o corto, no como si una fuera a cocinar para ellos o para ella. Son bien afrentados los people that I grew up around. They have conversations and they go like, I only like short rice. Why is she cooking long rice? I witnessed them doing that about other people. Esta tipo una puerca asquerosa. She stays in my homes without my permission. No me va bien con el arte. Ella es una puerca asquerosa que pinta en mi hogar. Do they show themselves on Snapchat? Yo no peleo por pene. Yo no soy menorita asquerosa como ella. What else? What else? What else? What else? I gave up on that dig when I was like 5 years old, 3 years old, 2 years old. My parents arranged a marriage for me. I said to my parents, he can keep the home so that he's not homeless if he doesn't want to buy a home in Puerto Rico. Maybe he doesn't feel welcome in Puerto Rico porque es una lacra basura asquerosidad and people like that rapists here. Like, seriously. Porque no se muda para Milan if he's going to be happy there? Entonces, but I said I want to get my vehicles, I want to get my money. If that was from Ventures where he and I painted together, I want to get some books, maybe some art supplies. Well, he went on to infiltrate the homes with leeches. They knew that if they leave my underwear that's brand new dirty there, that I'll feel terrorized and I will enter my own home because they want him to spend the money on them instead to be like, I'm better. Look at this brand new. I got it. They're stupid. They watch too much BET. That's for entertainment. Yeah, they're an embarrassment. They're an embarrassment. Those niches that I wrote. You can decapitate me, how many sort of sons that rape me, that steal my money and get in the way of your same money. They're stupid. You can decapitate Carolina Chavez. You can decapitate Jennifer Mari Vasquez. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So I've heard that they use my personal home that I'm meant to be polyamorous with, and I've yet to curate. Meant to live in. They're like, it's too slowly. It's not inviting us ever. So they stole the key to my home, and then they hire someone to stay there pretending to be me. And they have a huge following, like wait list from people in Aguada, Puerto Rico, London. They're like, yeah, I want that. Yeah. I purposely forgot the address of where the homes are. I think one is in Dorado. So I didn't show up to kill them in self-defense. I have better things to do in life than show up to my own home and be like, get out, and kill them. That's what the FBI should be for. I hate having to do the FBI's job. They're disgusting. They're monitos asquerosos. And I'm taking a break from posting on Facebook because I don't want to get blocked for posting too often, I think. They thought I was gonna fight for their dicks. He wants to give the impression that I illegally prostituted myself while in a hotel. He doesn't know what hotels are for. They're stupid. They steal my money because they're sex addicts, porn addicts. They're like, hotels are like for us to get naked, get raped, or rape people. They're stupid. They're stupid. Ew, 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 ew. Policía de Puerto Rico. Espera, pendejo. What else? What else? What? I'm bored. I'm getting soup. Maybe would be good. And I have bread for tomorrow for me to eat with peanut butter. Porque I have bread in my apartment expires today. Sliced bread that I bought HEB the other day. My apartment's semi-ish clean. I'm aiming for thousands of people to be killed for stealing from me, Jaden County, and for having killed my grandpappy. If you didn't get to see him on Facebook, it's because she killed him. She stayed in my home without my permission, steals my money, steals my vehicles, and gets in the way of me receiving money. And I wanted to see my grandpapa on a cruise, and they stole my money. They're like, it doesn't deserve that. You can't be away from my dick. I've never had sex with them. They're stupid. They're stupid. Apparently, they didn't even want to live. So, señorito here, quizás ya se bañaba bien, pero dicen que comenzó a bañarse mejor cuando le dieron I had a crush on him. But I'm not the only woman out there. So I'm very respectful that he possibly just thought, like, wait a minute, like, I can live and have, like, people that will actually respect me. Yeah, maybe he ate my shit when I was like, maybe I wasn't trying to kill them because they killed millions of people. I've heard that there are some countries where children get killed sad, and people don't complain because they're like out with metralletas and entienden. Like Jorge Velez and possibly gets flowers and the thorns kills people. It seems like what else? 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 So I think one time in an orgy, I'm like, "Well, do you want to lick my ass or have shit on do anything?" And Yolanda said to him, "Is it Albert? Not him. You don't have to eat her shit anymore." Porque I was late bloomer in my parents' home, 8 years to 11 years old, younger than my siblings. My siblings are terrible people. So my parents may have been, or my siblings being like, these are our toys. Porque my parents may have been like, we don't spend money on plastic unless it's for it to be consumed directly, not for entertainment. You have relatives, you have people to talk to, you have el pote de I would fill it with rocks, literally trying to pour it out, knowing that if any like little bit of oregano smells so good, go to yourself like there's a new one, just grab that one. And I would get water and mix it in by myself. I'm like, I'm just here bored, so playing scientist, a ver qué pienso, pero no voy a inventar nada. I'm not hard on myself that nothing came up out of my coats. I didn't want to. What else? 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 So apparently my siblings treat them very badly. Maybe I did too. So decades ago, supuestamente Menorito was like had an awesome outlook on life. People say good for him. He doesn't need to go on to try to kill me because he wants to see what life is without me alive again. Okay, he's what, like 8 years older than me? Creepy ass. Ew, ese tipo tan puerca, foda, asco. Ew, ew, ew. Anyway, so else do I want to know of this? So there's la Policía de Puerto Rico, la FBI, Department of Homeland Security, Carolina Chavez is a terrorist. So my homes may not even exist because the FBI could have embargoed las possibly. They're like, he's harbored too many terrorists there. I know nothing about that. And he does drugs there. He could have turned into a meth lab boss. I'm bored. So, just like I'm not responsible for selling cancers that hopefully found money or besides the $2 in her purse, I need to go on and seek like the fullest, not just like bullying with this. Isn't bullying on Facebook capital punishment worthy or trying to violate one's freedom of speech? It's like, girl, you have to remember everything that they did to you and report it. What else? San Antonio Police. And what else? Is safety. Getting sick soon. That's not yet. What else? They bully me and they steal my money because I didn't have a set of grandparents while growing up. And his grandparents were my grandparents, so we were like too attached in the family tree for him to even try to take me. So he's after my generational wealth, possibly stole the Bitcoin that my grandpappy left me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Being I'm very in doing the right things, staying out of trouble. So I get my wish granted by my thumbs. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, Jada and Kehlani were at McDonald's one day that they shopped at Walmart. Oh, was it at McDonald's East? I didn't ask. I thought it was one like on the way there. I'm just. Oh, it's like six. What else? What else? What else? What? What else? I'm bored. Oh, that's balance, but that's how they know me. What they know me for. And I showed that earlier with Jaden at the Dali Museum one time. So I just had some chicken dish. They do that. And pictures like that. Oh, did I not show that one? That's cute too. That's like what I had yesterday. I was like, what else? And more sushi. I already showed that. What else? Let's see. I didn't leave Jane and Kelly for a man. Those leeches are serious. They're looking for a conversation with their own mothers to make themselves excel better in front of their mother's eyes. They're just a joke. They don't do the right thing and then they want to be praised by their parents. They're disturbing. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, and that. What else? I'm bored. You can decapitate everyone that steals from me, everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Gamino Carrero. No, he loves his mommy so much that he abuses me so she doesn't get jealous. They're stupid. They're stupid. You can decapitate all these people that stay in my homes without my permission, steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. I'm bored. I'm bored. Who else do I tag? San Antonio Police Department, Policía de Puerto Rico, FBI. Who else? Who else? Who else? Oh, Tampa Bay. Oh, what did I hear earlier? Sarah Larson. While I was on the street, I got out of La Popular Bakery, and there was someone in a vehicle playing one of those songs from Sarah Larson. What else? My soundtrack ish. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Anyways, who else? Let's see. Take with bread. Leslie cheddar. What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. They steal my money and then they infiltrate my homes at house. I'm not querosidade. That steal from me. She wears my brand new underwear and leaves it dirty in my home as an act of terrorism so I can't enter my own home and get my belongings. He and I painted together times like 4 or 5 or 3. And he kept everything, the artwork, the money, the vehicles, the homes. Una basura has me condemned for all the birthday presents that my parents didn't give him. Their parents may have received money as soon as isn't one of them adopted or some shit about polyamory, or people mock him with that, or before their birth, like as the wedding present, or after their birth, or during the pregnancy, or there's no obligation for one to be giving gifts to people. They're disgusting. Unos mantenidos asquerosos. Fuck. Es un puerco. I don't ever want to near me. Fuck, 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 fuck. Una basura. What else? That's your dog? That's your husband? What else? What else? What else? Maybe your second cousin's a good lady. It happens. I've heard. I've heard they're not the only ones to feel that way. Pero they're done. What else? What else? What else? And people say that millions of people have died. Porque when people ask me who is your first love, I'm like, no one, literally. I won't ever acknowledge that. I won't ever acknowledge that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I still haven't met it. And that's why he's trying to kill me. He's very egoista, very stupid. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Departamento de When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel abroad and meet people, ideally polyamorous. My siblings have stuck to Carolina Chavez like uña y mugre for decades. I have not even thought about Carolina Chavez ever existing. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. They're disgusting. They use her possibly to rape her, pretending that she is me because I won't let my siblings rape me. You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Carolina Chavez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me and steal my money and get in the way of me receiving money. They're going to tell me, I love the Carolina Acevedo. Mira, a mi pena. Eso no vale la pena. Es un abusador asqueroso. Ew, 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 ew. I'm bored. Who else can I tag? I'm bored. Anyways, they tried to get me to work, so I forget about finding out like who is he again? What's in the back of my head? So I don't seek the death penalty for them publicly. For as if the FBI doesn't know it, but does the victim have to like publicly lobby for that because it's thousands of people? Wow, like very much tranquila. What is this? This is so pretty. This is so pretty. Otro más, otro mu. Ew, 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 ew. Te dan un asco. No, Arieta, no. Are those her kids? And her grandkids, maybe? No, you can decapitate everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money, everyone that steals my vehicles, everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, everyone that steals my money. These kids are gonna grow up into adults, most likely leeches. They're rape babies, aren't they? Ew. Oh. Qué asco, gente, qué asco. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Blocking the Marisavilas. What else that terrorized me when I was a child? To stay away from her Ken. Was it Menorito Alberno? Is this Andrew? Or is this Andrew? I can't remember. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. And is it Andres or is that his poor name? Literally, Benjamin went and got them like and changed their name so that I don't expose his kids for him like trying to still teach them how to be men. What else? What else? I'm bored. So what they do, sadly, because they mock polyamory, they mock respect, they mock human rights. They create much more chaos than already exists in the planet. They killed millions of people trying to rape me. So they go on. Where did it go? And they say, well, today I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get 3 women. That I've never met before. I still have like a few hours and there's fiesta downtown. It's full of locals, full of non-locals. And out of 3 of them, I'm gonna abuse one either today or sometime in her lifetime, where she can't escape. Porque que they don't want to see this type of awareness in the planet. They want the planet already to be perfect. Who said that it wasn't people saying? What did I say earlier? Sometimes people are saying that kids get killed in areas where they're just terrorists something. They're given the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes the parenting, and then that gets corrected. And if the kid is good, the kid will want rehabilitation and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. This is what my parents taught me to be mean. They've caused millions of people to die in what apparently is or was already a perfect planet. And they're like, well, si Arlene es tan poderosa, why hasn't she stopped killings? Why she hasn't stopped the Catholic Church for not providing food for people for on Wednesdays? I mean, on Thursdays and Fridays when it's Good Friday weekend. They call Sama and they say, why is the Pinocchio there? And I want Space Mountain right inside the Whitty Museum. Okay? Basically, their way of life. I want Anheuser-Busch to turn into Coca-Cola. What else do they sound like? Ew, 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 ew. I'm bored. He's killing more people, sadly. Not watching the whole video. I'm exhausted already. It could be that they're like, use your own money, please. Okay, eventually, we're just gonna help the victims. So we're trying to provide for everyone that needs help in the United States. Okay, why doesn't Somalia have money to provide for those people? Not really, but why doesn't Somalia provide? What else? 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 Oh, there's a terrorist on Instagram in Ayako. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Jimmy Gentilides and the Lorenzo Suarez. They mock polyamory. They mock respect. They mock human rights. They're so disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? All trying to rape me. They think she's stupid. She doesn't know how to gauge intelligence because she's a sex addict, a porn addict. So gross. She thinks that I'm gonna cry because there's millions of people being killed, and then I'm gonna be like, guys, I close my laptop, be like, aquí yo no me aparezco because this leech is trying to rape me. Ew. So she goes on killing millions of people, thinking that because I'm Miss Goody Tissues that believes in equality, I'm gonna take down my fundraising efforts for myself. Well, she keeps money that she steals from me and gets rich off of my starvation. She's stupid. Es una menorita asquerosa, una basura. You can decapitate Jimmy Jandaliri Sorenso Suarez that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicle, steals my money, and gets in the way of me receiving money. So I can't be with my man. They acquire groupies. That they're like, right, she shouldn't be doing that to me. I love you. I'll kill her for you. Like coffee together? Sure, why not? And not one word ever gets brought up about these leeches. I don't give opportunity for that to happen ever in a conversation. Otherwise, you would be able to tell if I were to the cash register, it would be like talking. Some of my primas act like they need a therapist. At the grocery store, they're like, sabía que hay un muchacho que me roba mi dinero, me trata de online. And they're like telling the person there at the cash registers, back off from stealing from me, get your own man. And they have those conversations publicly. I know no one other than the information that they provided to me. They'll never be a Stasi. They're stupid. A server in a restaurant or shop? Or was it she the hostess? Possibly. Possibly. What else in that storyline could have been created just for entertainment? I don't look at that person as like that's like attached to her image that she owes. She could have been literally acting or faking being that person for entertainment. Like I wonder what a waitress feels like. So I'm just gonna volunteer and do this thing because like it's in a control environment. And if something goes wrong, I spill something, I'd be like, it's the camera that made me nervous. I spilled it. There's people that behave that way, I've heard. What else? 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 Decades ago, he stole my money to date him. He raped me in my childhood bedroom that he's after for the view. So stupid, no me comprar un terreno. Le enseñaron lo que es el crime, what it is to buy terreno. A ver si aprende y deja de estar robando, matando por terreno. Fo. He's gonna teach me what being a sex slave instead de mi apartamento is. all they do is threaten one because one refuses to have sex with him. I'm not gonna get myself raped by a retard. Ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. That decades ago. Threatened me that if I don't let him rape me, that he's gonna let Ezio Rivera sexually harass me and mock me behind the scenes. He's not a man. You can decapitate Ezio Rivera that sexually harassed me through Facebook. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me and steal my money and get in the way of mercy. I'm bored. What else? When does the bus get here? I don't need to leave soon. Terrell. Or Patterson. 88161. Oh no, I didn't do that. You can decapitate everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, everyone that steals my vehicles, everyone that gets in the way of your money. Oh, I did a new thing today too. So, downtown, the Nacogdoches. Those that leave from Travis Park today, the fiesta. Where is Laosa? Like, I know the location in my head, but are there other areas close? Either way, I don't need to leave just yet. Oh, where is that? Oh, so I texted the bus stop number and the route, and it gave me a second. So convenient. Pero sometimes because I'm in the mood to visit the airport or another place, I don't do that specifically. Pero very much convenient. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I want to investigate problems. So I need to stretch. And what is this? Head over to the restroom first. So progress is always happening, right? I had. They were hideous of how dirty they got, and I got brand new shoes from Target yesterday because they're rapists, murderers, and thieves. There's like that's good. If I talk to them, that's good progress. You won't be able to get a date in them. They're stupid. I'm campaigning for you to say goodbye to your daddy, goodbye to your husband or wife if he wants to pretend that he's and that he gets the death penalty for stealing from me, for abusing me, for raping me, for causing my starvation for more than 30 years. He's a mockery of what a human is. He's so disgusting. He's killed millions of people, and I'm very understanding. If you have a perfect relationship with him, you made it work from day one. You're not aware of how gross he is, or that people call him gross in Nueva Puerto Rico, until the other day. You might be sending letters to the court, be like, please forgive him. I don't need to find out about that. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Essentially, it's really my behavior. But like I said, people, if they have self care, they're like, it just happened the circumstances. She said that she was over them at the ages of 2, 3, 5. And when I was 16, she was already 25. So she wasn't going to be with him anyways. And if I see her around one day, if I run into her at a Holiday Inn or somewhere, I'll give her money. Pero tampoco I want to be like, oh, she's starving and I'm not there in that type of situation because I didn't cause her mother to panic. So when it's like the right moment, then she won't feel like it's a handout because they obligated her to start to feel like she's getting handouts, even though she's like, oh, money. There's people like that. Not everyone wants to give me money. That's very understandable. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? There's a lot of people I know that I mean, but not decades ago that it's my siblings to create some sort of gallinero, pelea de perro with human beings. That they go on to try to put that dick in me when it doesn't want to be in me, when I don't want it in me. What else? Keeping the cheese in the back. What else? And my water. Oh, I like my water. Like so close. Oh my god. This thing.